Oh no.
It doesn't need to
Oh,
have the same
hello.
effect though.
Yeah, like if someone expects something, doing it as expected is if you do it on another day when they don't expect it, then it's a big surprise. So I'm
Carry me on. Bunnies do not have the capacity to carry me.
Okay, let's see. What are we talking about here? Okay, today I'll have a hamburger. That is what I want. Hamburger. You got a cucumber. I guess you can put the cucumber on hamburger. God, I ordered wrong again. I ordered a hamburger. You receive a cucumber. Well, it's not sliced. It's not put on a burger.
There's a Finnish joke that for some reason came to mind. Haluko desipali? Ei ole. So
Well,
the thing is, you're ordering a pizza, and then the pizza keeper says like, "Do you want onion? We don't have any."
Well. Anyway, I guess that's a typical Finnish joke.
I guess. Then again, I guess it's also part of the thing that nobody laughs, so...
Yeah, typical Finnish joke.
Best you get the smiles.
Rivian, 37% kid. Font one is 97. Ball boy, hello. Box, hello. I was said shout out to you. Hello, Cold. And Freezy. Got a cherry.
Do you want to... Oh.
It should be active.
It is. I just had to push it separately, it seems.
Apparently.
I am not used to that being the case.
No, me neither. I don't know how this works. At least it is working. Jaden is 99% kid. Bubble Boy is 93. Let's see, what do we have? Timer is at 0. Let's start the stream. The stream has started. I should put this stuff on the screen. Give me... Where did I even put this source? I thought I had a... Oh, it's there. There. It's gonna small this time.
Have a bunny today. Or bunny suit bunny.
Do you have a request? Should I switch to this?
Be what you feel best represents you today, I suppose.
Well, I could have this. I keep forgetting changing that one because it's separate.
Honestly,
Jannertto got carried away by the bunnies. Yeah, there was a lot of bunnies and Jannertto disappeared.
When I disappeared?
Yeah, because I have a collab on a separate source, which wasn't enabled on this scene.
Ah. Well, you should know that if an infiltrator disappears, it has rarely to do with their surroundings.
Disappearing with the help of bunnies.
Oh.
It's right around the time to sleep. See you later, everyone. Okay, Jannertto, I hope you have a nice sleep. I don't feel like this is the time you usually sleep, but okay. Wasn't that a kummeliskit? That's probably something Jannertto knows.
That might actually be. That might actually be.
Okay, Rimian, have a nice shower. See you soon. Welcome to the Pon the Bonbon stream. I like balls. That's fun, so outdated. Yeah. I'm not Pon the Bonbon, I still like balls. Pon, hello, program.
I guess you need to make a reenactment of it then.
I should say the exact same thing, but with my new name and have that quoted.
That is what I am suggesting.
Okay then. So I have the view here.
Yeah.
I do have the inspector. I wonder if I put the inspector
you
here
offer
instead.
me capacity to make branches, or do you need to actually...
Do I need to...
being created?
I don't know, I didn't change any permissions.
I see. Well, I do have a branch. I have not pushed it, and it would probably require... Oh yeah! Sorry, I forget how that works. So, if I remember right, I can make branches, but I cannot merge things. Well, I cannot merge things that aren't from my branches, I imagine.
Yeah, you should be able to merge your branch, I would assume.
One would think so, yes.
Should check the permissions.
So, we do now also... How to put this? So, when we now try to make scripts and whatnots together...
Yes.
For there to not be a total chaos, the pathway I have kind of come to approach this problem with is that we create separate scripts, but we agree upon what sort of interface methods they should have. So I can design my script to work with your script by only knowing what sort of interface method I am going to call from your script.
That seems reasonable, keeping things organized.
And we don't need to deal with merge conflicts constantly.
Yeah. What is the difference between assets and packages?
So packages are asset packages. And assets are commonly your own assets.
Well, I didn't explain anything, but okay.
Well, in the packages, we have things like high-definition render pipeline that has assets for that specific thing. Or is packages the stuff you have
mathematics
more commonly?
Well then, assets will put the stuff in, I guess.
Also, I might have figured out why the input system refused to work for us.
Yeah, we should use the new input system for this. It's better.
Yeah, so...
Also, I might not
we
keep
might
up
have not...
should
we might have not done a... We might have not made a... What's the word? We didn't make the object of the class to call upon.
Okay. So you figure out why it didn't work last time?
I feel like I did.
Well, we're going to make that stuff work this time.
Yes.
I believe in you.
This time I am going to be using... my own other libraries to help with this. Because I have made it to work. I just need to remember whether...
Alright, that's how I do it. Okay, let's try this again. There you go. And I will put the other skin on the other side for the coding and stuff. So what I was thinking about scene-wise is basically, since the original game had this grid system that it created the world through, that the when you load a map, it just puts together the grid of the map.
Yes.
But as a start, we can just create a plane just to get this stuff working.
Yes.
And then we
Well,
create
it depends where we want to start working from and who starts working on what. But yes, actually, does it make sense if there's just a plane at the bottom either way?
Well, I don't feel the plane is necessary to have.
It could be the water, you know.
We're going to. We can have a testing scene anyway for testing.
Yeah. But like, I'm now wondering.
Well, I guess
because
fair. I mean, we could just have one water plane.
Yes.
But that would be more visual anyway.
Yeah. Also, we could then add a bit more interesting texture for that water.
Well, yeah.
We wouldn't
Sure.
fiddle around so much.
Depending on
make it move
stuff.
and whatnot.
Yeah, of course.
A bit like waves.
So, where's your phone here? Oh, I see. Assets to the scene. Do we create a new scene?
I will probably be mostly fiddling with the scripts, but yeah, you can make a new scene, yes.
Use the regular scene, I guess. And we should have a good how do best men name things. What's the?
I have no idea what you said.
What is the best naming convention for items?
I mean, with scenes, just what is the scene for? I imagine because
well,
it's
yeah,
not
well,
gonna show anywhere.
I mean, I was just thinking like, should we prefix it with what type of item it is?
The thing is that that's more so prefab side of things.
I don't know.
So if you're gonna make items or whatnot,
yeah,
they go into the prefabs. But scenes are for more complex, vaster structures that you can use multiple of them at the same time, but they're usually like pieces of a map, pieces of the level.
Yeah.
So I suppose like if it's sewer section 1 or something, then yeah, I guess this is some sort of a testing ground or
I'm really seeing that if you have multiple scenes, that every scene starts with a scene as a prefix.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know if you also want to do the same with like.
Well, we have
all the items that are prefixed with, kind of like what type it is.
Well, yeah, but that would be once again a prefab thing, where that is totally true. That you would want to have a rock something something, tree something something.
Yeah, I meant the file type. A texture, because that's what they because of course now are only modded games that Toys for Bob have made, but what they do is all textures are starts with a T.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
So when you have a bunch of files in a situation, you can see what kind of just from the name of it. I understand it's not fully necessary, but I don't know.
The thing is, unless you have a rather specific type of game structure, you're not supposed to have that many scenes.
No, I was thinking for consistency. Consistency. Okay, that did not work.
I would argue that the consistency in this case is that they are in the scenes folder, which kind of gives them the prefix.
I mean, yeah, that
scenes.
is fair. Not as...
And after that, it's kind of, what do you do?
I call it scene testing anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. The thing we might end up doing, maybe. Well, I guess it depends. But we might end up having only like one game scene.
Yeah, I think that seems reasonable.
And instead of loading different scenes, we just load up a different layout.
Yes.
Reset the game manager.
Since the idea was that it is constructed from a grid, the level is just defined in an array, basically, or some other clever way. An ID number for each type of item to use. Since is the certain vision I'm looking for.
I mean, we could have each of the tiles have couple different data points, variables in it.
Yeah.
For example, does it have a road? Is it water? If it's water,
I mean, water would be its. I mean, water is just its own type, but.
Yeah, I suppose. So it would be the type of. Is it water, grass, sand?
Yeah, that's like the primary ID. Yeah, I mean, sure, it could have a secondary ID for.
You wanted the height to be a thing.
No, that's complete. The original game is just flat. I think that's easier. At least for first. I don't want to make it too complicated.
Yeah, we can add it later.
It would be possible to do it.
But I'm sort of digging up things that there could be.
Yeah,
and
of
course the height system is relatively easy to implement after the fact. We have the working grid.
Yeah, so far I've considered it. I have considered height, but I think for the vision, it doesn't need height.
Fair enough. Also, I suppose the height, if we truly want to do it, but not in a larger scale, could just be separate types. Like, very specific.
Yeah, I was thinking it is like 2 different heights or something like that. You have ramps and stuff. But then I was thinking about it I guess the only thing a height difference would if it's a cliffside, you can't go up it, but you can't really just drive down a cliff. I guess you could with a tank, but how does that work?
I mean, that could actually give the car or something more utility.
Just driving the car off the cliff.
Well, you definitely don't want to drive a tank off a cliff because it's gonna.
And at that point, yeah. So at that point, I feel like it's going to block you both ways, and in that case, you could just have a mountain range instead.
If you want to save space in that specific area, but yeah, we can go around it separately, like other ways.
So it's a piece of mountain, basically a big rock, acting as a wall. It's something I just came up with now. It's actually not a bad idea to like have natural borders and stuff. I definitely don't want to try to tank off a clear. Good. Good quote.
That reminds me. I have somehow, in War Thunder, gotten T95 Doom Turtle upside down.
Well,
it's a very low, very wide, and very long tank that weighs about 90 tons, if I remember right. Carrying on. Yeah, there's something here. So who wants to start doing what is then the question.
I created the testing scene. You have a plane to drive on now.
So do you start working on the vehicle controls, or?
So I get, yeah, kind of like creating the player character who would be the vehicle.
Yes.
Seems like a good start.
Though at this point, I would heavily suggest it just being a box that has been scaled.
A box. I was thinking just a box. The actual vehicle meshes comes later.
Yes. I might. Well then again, yeah.
I was also thinking for how the vehicle would drive around the ground. You wouldn't really need like a physics engine fully. I mean, you can still have it. I mean, since it's built in and stuff.
Arguably.
So you would still have the physics engine for like driving, but you wouldn't like flip the tank. There wouldn't like need to be, since there are nothing to flip it on.
There is argument to be made for us to use the Unity's nav mesh.
What is that?
So Unity has a feature where it just creates this mesh on top of all what is considered walkable level geometry. And after it has done that, nav mesh agents can walk along it to the direction they are given. Though I suppose bigger sort of problem here is how to incorporate the vehicle-like driving into that.
Yeah.
I guess the argument for doing it this way is that it is probably more stable, is more controlled.
I don't even know where it is, so... Your explanation didn't really clarify anything for me. But it's okay, I guess.
Do you know what nav mesh pathfinding is?
No.
Okay, so there is this
I'm not sure
mesh,
like what's
three-dimensional
the
mesh that is created into the world.
Like what's
and the characters navigate by knowing what the node or what nodes of that mesh are next to the point where they want to go. And then they use the mesh connections. What are they called in Blender? The edges. They use the edges to navigate from where they are through that mesh's edges to where they are going. And then they know the path. And then they just go. Because they know the path from the start to the finish.
Okay, but I'm
the mesh.
Confused. What does this have to do with?
We can use this sort of same system for our character. So the character stays on the game field.
I don't think that's necessary.
Doesn't.
I mean, if there were like sure. So I was okay. So I was thinking like the ground will have some 3D to it, like the ground can still have varying heights on the 3D model, which could then be reflected in the collision mesh. But like, it only really needs to measure its height from the ground, and like, it doesn't really need to be anything complicated. I'm trying to think. I was thinking about this, like, if it has. So how my thinking went was, if the vehicle, like the car or tank, doesn't matter, has 4 points to measure. Where the points go, of course, it depends on the vehicle, but whatever. And it measures where the ground is, and then it places the vehicle so that. Well, since it has 4 points, it cannot place it always flat. That depends on how the ground is, but it tries to place it flat.
So right.
So if a point, and then it needs some like. It cannot snap it directly to it. If it's below the ground, it has to move, basically snap up to the ground, I guess. But if it's above the ground, it can then through just regular gravity fall down.
I mean, if we are building this on one plane, we could have the actual character with the rigid body. Not the model, but the character itself. The thing kind of controlling the model and what's happening beneath the bonnet. Be actually restricted in the height. If we don't want to add the height things.
Well, it's, yeah, I mean, there still will, I was thinking that it could still be a light variation in height, I guess. I guess it's not.
Then we can have the model move up and down, but we could still have the thing controlling the setup.
The visual model could move, yeah. But not the actual player character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That does make sense. That seems like an easy solution.
It's a possibility.
I don't know what's happening, but I had a rainbow. Endless for loop.
Endless for loop. Well, we are speaking. That is what is happening.
I mean,
much else.
Yeah. I don't think you would, even if it's have. We'll see. So
we'll see indeed.
So do we create a player character?
I mean, if you are going to make controls or movement scripts, that
I would like to learn that. So yeah. So where do we create this in a good way in assets? In some folder.
You need to make a script folder once again.
That seems reasonable.
The assets. And I have made on my end a control folder, but it has a script that will return an error automatically because I copied it there for sake of copying the working control script, so I can kind of spy upon it.
Yeah,
so I suppose I could make it so that it doesn't return an error.
I mean, I would like to create a control input system from like.
Well, I'll send that one to my branch, and you can then merge it in.
Instead of having to.
So the thing is that that one will not work as it is, and it is kind of how to put this. It is made for a very different purpose.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it does
that's
have examples of the components you will need, which makes it rather useful.
yeah, but yeah, I was thinking like it can work as oh my, I can't. Yeah, I was thinking like yeah, it's a good thing to look at to see what to do, but then we create a new one.
Yeah, it's probably better to create a new one. This is a bit special.
I mean, technically, it does have multiple action maps, so we can just create a third action map and then delete the other two.
This in on itself has nothing to do with action maps. This does use an action map. This is more so how you take the action map that
yeah,
exists,
you mean you take
then,
the script.
they convey that information to the script. And this one has examples of that.
Yeah, it's still a good reference to look at, of course.
Yeah.
Never. Hello, Never.
Okay. So, I'll commit the example of the script, and then I will push it. Where did it? I think it should push. I am in my own branch, aren't I? No, I'm in master. Why am I still in master? God damn it. Well, it did apparently throw it to the master.
Yeah. You have committed it.
Yes.
So now do you pull, I assume?
Yes.
An error has occurred.
How are you doing?
The following untracked working tree file could be overwritten by merge. Ash says, okay, so it's just overwriting an existing file.
It's probably the script meta file.
Yeah, assets scripts meta file, yes.
Yeah, we both made a script folder, so.
Yeah, you told me to create ones, but okay.
Yeah, but no harm is done.
Of course.
We both needed a scripts folder.
Yeah, so how would I pull it then?
So now in your scripts folder, if you merge them,
well,
or you have pulled.
Yeah, I have pulled. No,
does it let you pull?
It doesn't let me pull.
How did it go with this one? It should give you like a merge conflict thingy-magic.
No, it doesn't. It just says it's an error. And it will not proceed.
How did this work again?
The mouse cursor is not working. That wasn't the other one I clicked on.
It's been a while since I have had a branch conflict with this, so.
I didn't realize that, but for some reason the...
Well, simple solution if you don't have, or you have a script.
I haven't created a script yet, so...
No, Then simple solution is to just delete the script folder and pull.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
It would be nice to be reminded of how to solve the mismatches, but since I don't have it on my end, I am not remembering anything.
It's
Does
update.
it then let you pull it?
Yeah, it does now as well.
Okay.
But I need to update the files into the engine.
So, yeah.
So I'll get some water while it's working on that because I'm running out of water. It will be a quick one.
Meanwhile, I will try to take the changes I have into another branch that I made. Because apparently I wasn't on my branch when I made these changes. I guess I am rather rusty with the Git. Box cutting onions.
Okay, there we go. It is updated now.
Welcome back.
So now it has a script folder.
Nice. There should be a folder in the scripts folder called control that should have a Walker controls code script.
Yeah.
So
Let's open the Visual Studio as well, and so I can put it on screen too.
So the notable part pretty much is the awaken and take control methods. There you find quite useful things. Or actually, yeah, just the awaken method because it contains the take control method.
Yeah. But of course, this is acceleration, move speed, max speed, rotate.
Yeah, it's for controlling a rather more massive vehicle, which takes some time to accelerate.
Yeah.
And since it's a multiplayer, more crew-based game, it's better to have the vehicle accelerate a bit more sluggishly so people can keep their aim much better. But yeah, what you want is in the awaken part of that script.
Yes, so the awake has one function.
What did you say?
Yes, the awake has one function.
Yes, but due to the fact that it sends errors, I have
Okay, so you mean you are interested
commented a couple lines.
Okay.
It's a fast and simple way of Unity
so
not stopping us from doing things while we have non-functional scripts in our.
So it needs an input system.
So first of all, we need to be using
why is this one on the wrong side?
What do you mean?
The window was on the wrong side.
Ah.
Okay.
But yeah, so first you need to have the using the input systems class or library. Namespace. Yes, that's the word, namespace. Then you need to have a variable for the input system itself. Then you need to create the input system. You need to apply the methods into the input system's different inputs. And then you need to activate them by the input.player.enable or whatever is our variant of it.
Okay. I'm not sure if I followed it fully, but I guess, well,
I guess I could have commented them or added bit better comments.
nah. Doesn't show stuff. Do we...
Hello, sweaty socks.
Happy Valentine's Day. Ooh. 95 streams with that sassy dream bunny. I'm not sassy.
I do not comment on this.
Okay, someone is calling me sassy.
Maybe.
Should I create a new input system for this?
I mean, we do already have.
Or do
one.
we just modify the existing one?
We edit that one.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Yeah. There's no real reason for us to.
Can I keep these
Not
for now and as reference, and then we add a new action map for the player controlling the vehicle?
Well, you can right-click and clone whichever you want, or both.
Isn't it almost easier to just create a new one?
I mean, if you want to, you can just.
Yeah, well.
There's an action maps, and there's a plus on the right side of it.
Yes, I was.
Above them.
Well, yeah.
Above both of them, there's the action maps on the right. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is new action.
That also works. Yeah, there's multiple ways to do that, I suppose. Yeah.
So.
Ah, yes, Jannertto.
If I call it vehicle for simplicity. Do we have... Why does it have to be so white?
So, on the right end of the new action, there's the plus and downwards.
Yeah, let me mining stuff. I was just thinking, can I see this a bit better?
You are battling with the small screen over there.
Yeah, I was just thinking if I could have like this as a major tab, but I can't have it like that.
You can just draw it out of the whole thing, and it becomes a separate whole window.
I can do that. Maximize the tab.
Oh yeah, you can double. Yeah, that's also a thing. I use that so much, but I forget it.
So, what controls would there be for the vehicle? And it would make sense to build it so that it works for all the vehicles, even if all the vehicles don't have all the actions. Or would you suggest having different action maps per vehicle?
feel like that's not necessary, although...
Can you... How does this work with having the player being able to change the controls?
The API does speak on this, and it is relatively easy, if I remember right. I have never done it, for I have not ever gotten to the point where that would be necessary.
Since remapping controls would be a very nice thing to have. Not that it's important now, but if I would assume the system is built around being allowed to do that.
Yes, yes. I remember reading that is, as I said, I remember reading that is a thing that can be done. But since I have never gotten a project to that point,
okay, so
really
yeah, we'll just deal with it later when it comes, when it's relative.
Yeah, that is an approach. That one. Ah, here's the site. Do you happen to have my stream open?
I don't.
Okay, then I will just.
But I could open it. Hello, I mean.
Oh.
I hear myself
Do
now.
as you will. Then again, now it's there. So.
Oh yeah. I can read that. No one else can. Who cares? I mean.
Input bindings, I believe. Was it here? Composite bindings? No, I don't think it's this one.
I should put the Jannertto screen on my screen.
Edit features using input in editor to book input testing.
Yeah, this is not gonna.
I don't remember where here it is. God damn it. It's in the instructions. Install quick quit, contacts, workflow, action, direction. Configuring project action, responding action.
Configuring input? Or is that the developer configuring input?
That might be it, but let's see. Bindings. This does seem to be just that. Because the changes would need to be done in script.
Yeah.
This is something I'm not. Is this the thing?
Maybe there's a forum post about it.
Sort of...
Ponpon, Jannertto, and Mini Ponpon. Yeah, we are currently looking at. Or Jannertto. So here we got Jannertto's other design.
Her design.
Yeah.
The 3D model.
The 3D model that
does not move yet.
Yeah.
And it is otherwise also under works.
Underworks. I mean. No, het mega Jannertto in the back, yep. Vihreä. Yeah, what does that mean?
Green.
Green?
It is indeed the forest camouflage. Versus,
green. Okay, now I'm wearing the same outfit as the mini Ponpon. As we can see, Jannertto on my screen is larger than Ponpon is on Jannertto's stream.
No, I'm just far away and somehow in front of you. Yes.
And Jannertto, I also think how large should we make our models? My model It's significantly larger than your model. As in size on screen. Kind of like twice as tall. And for any guests you have, they are very tiny.
I have a lot of war forms, so my size is very inconsistent. Should I wish it to be?
Yeah, I mean.
So my head is very consistent sized.
I don't mean your actual proper size. I meant just how much screen you take up on your stream.
Suppose.
Pon is
again,
very big.
I would argue you take more space on your stream than I do.
Yes. That was both me and all the guests are taking are each bigger than you are. You and your guests are on your stream. There you go.
Haha. Give me a moment.
Pon on Jannertto's screen is Bon. What do you mean? What is that supposed to mean? Bloody. Of course, I can put Pon in front of Jannertto. But it kind of looks weird. While I'm on Jannertto looking stuff up, I will just run through the ads because it will come in like 3 minutes, 2 minutes anyway.
Fair enough. I came across this GIF.
Oh.
So I sort of hate that it's a GIF.
Especially when there was typos going on as well.
That does... Yeah, so...
Yeah, I think
oh, yeah. That actually... So... Because... Even though we make the thing with the input system thingy, which I don't have the resource here apparently, but the point is, even though we make the thing with the input system, it actually creates a class that is the controlling thing. So I presume if we interact with that class, we can give it different inputs.
Makes sense.
I don't have it here.
Yeah, we'll get to that when we get there. We get there when we get there. It's not important now.
Yeah. Which actually makes me...
Can I... But the actions to take.
Well, the move is usually given as 2D vector.
So it will have accelerate as an input, I guess.
Well, it would kind of... So, the move is usually divided into a 2D vector, whereas forward and backward, in our case, would be accelerate and decelerate.
Do you want that? Would that make sense in
backwards? And
no, there should still need to be
left and
twos.
right would be turns. Though you are right that if we make them separate buttons, they might be easier to configure for driving purposes.
Yeah, there are two. Yeah. Accelerate, brake. And then like turn. So when it comes to, because you can set it to value, so you have axis, analog. What's the difference between axis and analog? There's also stick.
I imagine the analog in this sense of the word means that...
Although the original one is using vector 2. And also there's double and integer. And technically the inputs of controllers are integers, not floats. But I guess it's what it should output as, but it's still like axis analog. The other one is using vector 2 for the 2 axis. I guess a double for a float from 0 to 1.
I'm sort of wondering what they mean by analog and axis, because when it comes to...
I think I have an idea.
Is it automation?
Wild guess. Axis has goes from -1 to +1. Analog goes from 0 to +1.
Mayhaps. Because when I hear analog, my mind gets just filled with binary, digital and analog, where the analog is a range and the digital is either ones or zeros.
Yeah.
And
digital would be on or off, yeah.
There are few controller types that return non-binary answers. Joysticks and triggers for certain controllers, and then arguably the mouse, though I don't know how it happens under the desk, so it could just be that it sends binary values out into the world. Probably actually does.
I mean, technically, it's binary values, but yeah, it's not Boolean values. Like a keyboard is Boolean. Well, technically, it's not Boolean. It doesn't work like that. But
okay.
But the press and unpress is basically Booleans.
Yeah, but how? Even though we have the joysticks and the triggers, I presume that even though the input is not digital, it's probably handled digitally from quite early stage.
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a integer value from 0 to max.
Do you mean minus something to max?
No, 0. Because depends on which input method you use. Yes, a stick goes from minus to plus.
And triggers
but
go
the
from
triggers,
0 to
yeah, triggers
something.
start from 0.
Yeah, fair enough.
Depend. And actually, that does also actually depend, because some I guess it doesn't matter if you have a trigger as a pedal, for example, or a stick, whatever, the steering wheel. They still use the same range, and I don't know if this range actually goes from minus to plus, or if they go from 0 to plus. If it basically, is it signed or unsigned? I actually don't know.
I mean, well, yeah, it's, well, presumably it's just a question of how you read the data, not so much what the data is.
It would affect the input.
Because if it's sent as a
Basically,
line of
is this...
binary,
Well, no, I mean, what my question is basically, is this 0 point, because 0 is in different position if it's signed or unsigned.
oh yeah.
So is the design meant to be signed or unsigned when you actually read the control? Because we are not going to deal with that data. That's all up to Unity. It doesn't really matter anyway.
Nope.
Someone is looking at a little bird quotes now. Sorry, I can't read all of them, but I hope you have fun with them.
This actually did reveal me a couple of things we might want to do.
Oh.
Because the player input controls are presumably in the folders we have git ignored.
No.
Aren't they?
No, they are in the asset folder, so.
Oh, okay, nice. It could not find some input systems. I presume those are some others then.
Yeah, this one, input system actions, is just in the assets folder directly.
I did find them. Thanks. We are not gonna need to look, probably, right? Because our camera will be following us from sort of predefined position.
Wait, what was your... You don't need a...
Look.
Look? Oh, no, we're not going to... The camera is fixed to... Well...
Yeah.
Semi-fixed to the vehicle. It should not be tied directly to...
Oh, the WASD also contains the arrow buttons.
Yeah. Which is fine. Like, the default control should probably be WSD and the arrows, and then the player can choose whichever they want to use when they play.
Yeah.
The blank command, yeah. Congratulations, found the secret command. Orimin is no one. Orimion. Orimin is cute, yes. 26 Orimi codes, that's actually more than I thought. How many Jannertto codes are there?
Not that many. But they are multiplying. Slowly and steadily.
They are multiplying.
Yes.
So let's... Can I... Because it has the T, which I assume is if I press a key. Oh, it doesn't work because I need to enable these first. Keyboard and mouse, if I press this and press a key. No, it doesn't work. No, this is typing, I guess. Oh, there's a listen. There we go. Okay, it doesn't work. Annie? Okay, what are they? They use value vector 2 here. Have a look. Don't they have a single? No, they use vector 2 for everything.
Well, if you want to move your character, the vector 2 is rather useful for that.
If you use in all 4 directions, yeah.
Technically, our vehicle is also doing that. It just happens to take the side waves command a bit differently.
It doesn't listen to vector. Well, what am I talking about? It doesn't. It doesn't need vector 2.
That is more so a question of execution.
Because that's just a wasteful vector.
I mean, we still technically do use both of the vectors for the movement controls.
It does raise those sticks as a vector 2, but it doesn't is it integer? No, I'm trying to look for what is it using to. If I set it to any, it should probably work. Yeah, that works. Right trigger. But what kind of input type is the right trigger actually? Is it maybe this axis? Yeah, it's this axis. It's raised to. Fair enough. So accelerate. So, but wait, how does that work? Oh, whatever.
I should probably just go and read upon this. The people who have actually made the system have kindly enough written it down, so we might want to actually use that resource. So actions, I believe, or control type. Controls. Control types. Axis control. 1D floating point axis. Example, gamepad, left stick, X. So axis would be for one dimension of a joystick. Button control, most left click button. Key control, keyboard key. Vector 2. Pointer dot position. So that would be used if we want to have the mouse do thingies, for example. Of course, also the joysticks and whatnot. Vector 3D. Accelerometer acceleration.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that's for VR controllers and what.
Yeah, they like the PlayStation 3 controller.
Oh yeah, that too. 3D rotation. Attitude sensor. Integer value. Touchscreen primary touch ID.
Wait, how do I?
How that returns out integer. Stick control.
Oh.
2D stick control like thumbstick on gamepads or stick control for joystick. D-pad control. A 4-way button control like the D-pad on gamepad or hat switch on joysticks.
Oh, this is earlier. Okay.
Touch control. A control that represents all properties of a touch on touchscreen.
Also, is it even picking the correct ones here? Yes, it does.
Did that answer any questions?
No. Kinda, yes.
Fair enough. You're dealing with the controls.
Yeah, I think I'm figuring out how this works.
Fair enough. Should I start work on the tile set bases?
For the... how do we... I guess.
Okay.
You want more info about that? Like size of a tile.
I mean, honestly, I can just make a static class that handles all of that. I have done a similar thing in a hex tutorial, so now I can just do that with this.
I mean, yeah, that works.
Yep.
Goal is 69% cured. I prefer the balance. All things should be.
Oh, yeah, I'm still not there.
I should try to figure out what would good controls for controlling a tank, because I like the control. We'll take the tank, so you need to move, accelerate, and brake, which will also work as a reverse. Unless you want to enable the reverse. I don't think it's necessary for this type of game. And of course, you should be able to turn the whole vehicle. But then, you should be able to turn the turret too. And if you're using a standard PS3 Xbox controller, like how would turning the turret work?
Well,
I guess
what I saw of the game, it seemed to work. How to put this? Essentially, it turns left to right.
Well, yeah. So I guess
on key press, so we could have one-way access.
Because if I use the trigger for accelerate and brake, and then the left stick or D-pad for turning the vehicle, depending on what people want. Because then the vehicle...
What would be then? Would the upper triggers be for shooting?
I don't usually hold a control like that, but that could work. But we could also use the D-pad for shooting as well. But yeah, the upper one would kind of be needed if you're going to use like the right stick for turning, but turning the turret, but also shooting at the same time.
Yeah. I guess with double stick shooters, it's quite common that the stick, just moving the stick, also shoots. But we're not after that, I think.
No, you have limited shooting as well.
Yeah. So
it does make sense that the buttons. We'll call it turret. Let me just copy all these. Yes, I can. That makes things a bit easier.
I'll go and get some tea.
Okay.
Maybe then I remember how the heck to deal with the kit.
Do you want to turn with Q and E? I mean, as I said, the player can just rebind this. Somebody's knocking, I think. Give him a moment.
I am back. Does anyone know if Bonbon went somewhere? I'm guessing they did.
Okay, there we go.
Welcome back, Bonbon.
So, why is nothing working here? I'm pressing the wrong button. There we go, now it's working. I accidentally pressed mute and I tried to unmute with the wrong button.
That does sound like it's gonna work.
And let's see what you have to say. The left thumbstick usually handles all movement, with right handling the camera. Very rarely are there buttons for brake and acceleration. There is, if you're playing a racing game, you'll have acceleration on the right trigger, braking on the left trigger, and then you use the left stick only for turning left and right. Oh no, what is that? First time today. My outfit is okay. No surprise. So why can't I set this to me? Okay, I didn't press enter. So for this game, so you could have pressing up to accelerate. But since it's going to have tank controls, so you need to move forward, move backwards, which would be braking as well. And forward will be braking if you're reversing, but whatever. So you're going to move forward, you're going to move back, you're going to rotate left and right. And then you're going to rotate the turret left and right, specifically for one vehicle. And then you're going to be able to, what I think, because in the game this is inspired by, which is return fire, you can shoot forward, and then you can also shoot upwards, so you can shoot flying vehicles, which would be the helicopter. In the game it doesn't make so much sense because your bullet goes up in the air and then goes straight with constant height until it despawns, and similarly if you shoot low it will continue forward until it despawns. Or actually, does that one actually land in the ground? So it's not like you get in further distance. It makes sense, like for like an it's not meant to be a simulator, and not every game has to be simulating everything. It is okay to not simulate. It is okay if it's not realistic. So you would have kind of like two shooting options, like either like return fire did. Those is just shoot forward or shoot upwards. You could have one of them toggle which modes, but that doesn't seem necessary because you only have two modes.
I would almost want to advocate for a anti-air machine gun, but I don't know. Feel free to ignore that advocation if you will.
I will ignore that.
Fair enough.
But like there is a second game they added like, oh, you can angle how high you want to shoot, and they just did too much. They tried to simulate the vehicles even more, and they just. I want to keep it kind of like simple, because if you want a proper realistic tank based game, there is already one.
There are multiple.
There are a lot of them. So
welcome to War Thunder. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Not a paid ad.
So if you want that, you can go play those games. I want to offer something that is that, well, I mean, obviously we would have return fire, but I mean something that's a bit easier more accessible to play other maps, other things I would like to see different. Make the game not as tedious to play.
One thing I have sort of considered for my own project Jannertto
Yeah.
is that you could have a essentially over-the-shoulder aiming mode under
Okay.
for certain class essentially. So you could shoot a lot further away than with what the top-down view would otherwise enable.
I mean,
But I don't think that really works here.
yeah, it's not really the. I don't know. It's not what I'm looking for.
Really work here. Yeah, but I am putting the.
I don't. I don't mind ideas. I like.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be. Yeah, so there's a lot of inputs. So, but also the other vehicle. Not that this game had to copy everything for other game either, but I'm still using it as a basis for thinking this stuff out. Which also can shoot forward and upwards. It can also drop mines on the ground, which is for multiplayer. It doesn't work in single player. So that would be a third. But that is a very deliberate action, so that doesn't matter which button it is, as long as you don't accidentally press it.
That brings back to mind a funny happening that once happened with me and friend in a GTA Online. I was driving my tank on a highway and my friend comes from behind me. I honk for them and I lay down a mine and they drive into it.
Well, did you honk or?
So
I assume the honk action is dropping a mine, but did it also honk?
Yes, it does also honk.
Well, you gave a warning.
They're on the same button because GTA is running out of buttons to put stuff on.
Yeah, if you're using a controller, I can understand that. Not so much keyboard.
Yeah. In keyboard it is well, yeah, in controller that's the issue, yes. Suppose they could have a sub-menu for it, but that just clutters the user experience.
When I play Euro Truck Simulator, I do use the left and right buttons, bumper buttons, as shift buttons, so I can access even more actions. They could do something like that. Hold one button and then you get sub options. Get Valentine's buddies. Oh, cold. Hey, missed anything? Well, I'm missing you, Jaded.
Oh my.
So we got. I think I'm going to have a separate action map for helicopter, because I'm thinking helicopter could not. Well, it would still kind of be tank controls, but you'll instead have left stick D-pad to strafe, and then you. I mean, it could technically still use the same thing. I just need to add, because I did the turning on 1D axis. I could just add another action that is, yeah, okay. You can use the same action map. I can just add a second input that is just.
I mean, you can disable and enable actions.
I assume you just taking the values from them, so it just depends which values you're picking. And I also don't need a full 2D action. I can just have another 1D action, which is up and down. So it reads turn plus this other axis, which gives the 2D plane. But if you can set the controls, and they are referring to these actions, it might be better to have a separate action map for the helicopter.
Maybe.
So you can configure the helicopter separately. That was my annoyance with return fire, because you can't choose controller mode, tank mode, or align with the camera mode. I don't know what to call it. So when you press up, it doesn't accelerate. It accelerates, but it turns upwards and move. Limit you to 8 directions. But the helicopter, default tank controls, you have an acceleration, so you move it forward in whatever direction it faces, and then you can rotating, no strafe. Oh yeah, you do have strafing, but you cannot strafe left and right based on its current position, direction it's facing. You can use the other mode, which I was thinking, oh, this might cause the helicopter strafe. No, it doesn't. It works like the other mode works. So if you're upwards, it will rotate it so it faces upwards, and then it will move. No, and therefore I think having helicopter strafing with the left stick rotate to choose direction you want to. Well, it depends, because actually it's now that I think about it more, it is moving slower in all directions except forward. So I kind of understand why you would have tank, because if you want maximum speed, you would just press the accelerator button and just. I mean, actually, it still works. So here's the idea then. You press the accelerator button and the helicopter will move forward at its fastest speed. But you can use the left stick for strafing if you want to strafe as well. And to choose which way you want to turn, you can use the right stick to turn. Or should they be flipped? So use the right stick for strafing. So you still have the left stick turning and trigger for accelerating, so that still stays the same. But then you can also use, and then you can use the right stick for strafing instead if you want to. And you can strafe in all directions then, because it's the right stick. That might be better. Still, a separate action map for a helicopter would still probably be easier to manage.
There is also something to be said about maybe having commonalities be a separate action map, and then the difference as being 2 separate action maps.
Well, that was 3 action.
That is more action maps, yes.
Is it?
But then we would need to flip around with fewer buttons.
Yeah, I was thinking that, however, someone might want the acceleration to be separate button between the 2 V types. No, just nerd talk. I am a nerd. So I think just keeping them completely separate from each other might be better. Or something.
Maybe.
We're gonna shoot third. Third action. Trying to think. No, yeah, there would be. Because the car in return fire had the option to swap over to float on water mode, which was used because that way, regardless of what kind of map it is, you can always go everywhere. Which is why they have it. Very important in multiplayer, I think. But that's for later. So yeah, so third action, I guess. Or second action, I don't know. Maybe I call it secondary. The secondary. So on gamepad, that would be right shoulder, as they call it here, for shooting normally.
So do all the vehicles have the shooting low and shooting high?
Yeah, except for the car.
Why is that?
Because the car doesn't have a normal shooting. The car in Return Fire specifically is throwing hand grenades which explode at impact for some reason. Because it's not meant to be fighting back.
You know, they don't explode on impact. The guy just throws them with very, very good timing.
I see, cooking them.
Or they just have the, what is it, 3 or 2 second.
Yeah, but it's different lengths depending on what you're hitting.
What do you mean?
Yeah, if you're up against a wall, they explode very early because, you know, the wall is higher up than the ground is.
Fair enough.
And if you throw them into the water, they don't explode. Well, they might explode in the water, but it doesn't explode when they hit the surface, I think.
I would sort of want to maybe reimagine that ornament as a grenade launcher.
Yeah.
Then.
Like, yeah, the passenger shooter guy can have different type of weapon, I guess. A pistol. Bang, bang.
Throwing grenades from a vehicle sounds like such an easy way to get your vehicle blown up.
As long as you don't throw it forward and it gets stuck on the vehicle or something.
I mean, just the fact that you're shooting in a combat environment, if the grenade wielder gets shot or wounded or just something else happens.
In this game, such thing could happen.
Well, no, but I'm just speaking in more general.
Well, that is why this isn't based on reality.
I can still speak about it, can't I?
No. Yes, you can.
Yeah, thank you.
It's fun to steal it from Ponpon, especially Ponpon's clothes. Yep.
We are not stealing them. We are liberating them from Ponpon.
Liberating.
Yes. Why did that word come to mind? Because of Helldivers, that's why.
Okay, so I can't copy an action. Okay, let's delete this and duplicate this, I guess. So I'm trying to think. So if triggers for backwards, the buttons above for shooting the 2 heights. And then, but I do want, so that basically leaves all the face buttons free. I'm thinking the shooting low and high should probably also be on the face button as well. So what if suggestion? What if you press A or south, as they call it, which makes sense, for low and west or high, because that button is placed higher up.
So you use the right joystick to rotate the turret, right?
Yeah, these are alternative buttons. So you can't use the face button when using the right stick, but yeah, there's optional. Two inputs. Because the face buttons aren't being used for anything anyway.
If they're not used for anything, then technically couldn't you use the east and west to rotate the turret?
I guess that is an idea too. I mean, that's up to the player. They can change the controls.
Let them fix our game. Wait, what?
No, I mean, if that is a genuinely better way of doing the controls, then sure.
Yep. Options.
But as I said, what I want in the game is for the player to be able to choose an action and just choose their input message. Button.
So you advocate for having key point.
Yeah, customizing button binds.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, and like, which is also a thing that annoys me in games. When you set up keyboard inputs, you often have the primary and secondary inputs, but when you use a controller, you only have there is no secondary. So you can only choose one, but considering I've set up 2 buttons for a few things here, it will need 2. I wouldn't even advocate for 3 columns of things you can press on. Give people the freedom.
Yes.
Does it also need like an action for like pausing the game?
I mean, we probably want to do that with the menu, right?
So so that would pausing would be the as part of
menu button essentially.
Menu, yeah. That makes sense to have a menu input action map too. Wait, how does that work? Yes. If I create one, call it menu, there's a UI here, but I don't care about that. Say I want to navigate. Yes. Oops, didn't mean paste. We add confirm. And I want this confirm button to be a gamepad. How do I choose for it to be the confirm button? Because the confirm button should be the primary input button, not and it doesn't show up. Because I could choose south, but this will be incorrect if someone so sure, most people wouldn't use like as a Nintendo controller, but does switch. But if they were, they probably want to press the primary button for. And also, if was ported to, not that I believe that's going to happen, but anytime in the future, if a game is made and is ported to the Nintendo console, then it has to be the primary button, not the south button specifically.
I mean, we could potentially just link it to be a different switch button.
Because you can define it per controller here, but that's going to be a lot of annoyance.
If we want to be inclusive with this, I presume the best course of action would be to ask which button the player wants to be.
I mean, yeah, you can rebind it in. I don't think.
No, but I mean, like with some games, the first thing after the flash screen or whatever is the game asking, okay, what are your preferences, my dude?
That makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense, and that is why it's in use.
But no, I don't think I ever seen.
and
I just wish it had all they need to have here is oh wait, back, cancel, forward, menu, modifier, primary action. Oh wait, they good. Yeah, there we go. There is. Okay, it's fixed. I found it.
Okay. What did you find?
So when you have the pass here, you can't see this menu, but one of the options for gamepad, and then you have, for example, the face buttons, which is east, north, south, west, and you can just so it will press the. So if I pick south, it will say south on every controller here, as best as you can see that. However, there is a secret option that says usages. I don't know why it's called usages, but this gives options like back, cancel, forward, menu, modifier, and so on. And then you have primary action as a button. And when you select this one, it keeps south on every controller except for the switch controller, which is east, which is the confirm button on that controller.
I do have a counter argument to that, but it's probably not.
But again, this is going to be the default control. If someone wants different menu controls, they can go and change them.
Yeah, my comment is that a lot of, how to put it, a lot of non-Nintendo players play Nintendo consoles, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah,
I guess
and it will be very confusing if one game swaps what the action button, the confirm button is.
Yeah, but if
the confirm button should be the east button on a Nintendo game, on a Nintendo console.
Well, that is the standard for Nintendo, but not necessarily the person who comes from the PC games.
No, but again, it doesn't matter. But what Switch and Switch 2 presumably allows you to do is that you can swap, you can make a button do another button press. So you can actually swap the A and B buttons if you want to.
Nice. I'm slightly surprised with the things I have heard from that company. With
yeah, it is actually for as much as Nintendo has this attitude of you must play our games the way we want you to play them. That is they are very strong on that opinion. But they have this option to just remap the controller, which just works across the whole system.
I guess the game, I guess the hardware production team isn't such a...
Yeah, although the hardware, the hardware production team didn't make the OS. I mean, they could.
Probably they had more hand in it than the creative side of Nintendo.
Perhaps the OS developers are more like, yeah, no, you should have the option, which is still very strange that they do have these, because they do not have this on PlayStation or Xbox.
I would almost argue that in this sort of environment, the software and hardware, well, of course they are not the same thing, but they almost...
It makes sense that there is some ties between the...
They work heavily together, let's put it that way. And they design the hardware, well, hardware-software combo, I guess. Yeah, that side of development. Probably more engineer side of development.
It does. The only thing I'm missing here is the third and fourth button.
What button?
For some reason they call it start on every controller.
Huh.
There is no start button. well, they call it just Xbox controller. It's currently called a menu button, and Switch does not have a start either. That's a plus. We'll call it plus. Anyway, so they have a primary action, they have secondary action. They don't have the third or fourth or tertiary action, and I don't know what the fourth one would be called. For virtual mouse. So for example, if I want a menu action to be the X button or the Y button, it would make sense, I would argue, that you press X regardless of which controller and press Y as well regardless of controller. But there's no option for that. So that means that if the menu asks you to press the X button on PlayStation and Xbox controller, you would have to press the Y button on Nintendo controller. So I feel like, yeah, that's missing. And this is going to cause an issue if some controller has the secondary action on a different button and not the south and east buttons. But whatever. But it basically leads to more third and fourth action. Cover the other two. I could. It would be possible to manually define, but it would be a lot. I'm just trying to figure out, yeah, so.
Happy Valentine Mexican task force. Damn, whole task force.
Hello, nice to see you again. So it does have the menu option here. I'm not sure why, because it's the same button on every controller. Which should be same as this. Wait, is it different? It does look slightly different. Something happened. Let me compare. So I'm curious. No, it's the same. It's the same. Morning, hello, Sega Zero Gamer. Apparently people are having invited a bunch of people over without telling me, so
Bun bun bun.
Bun bun bun. That's not what you said, but whatever.
Bon bon bon. Those
Yeah.
are two of my very liked people.
Funny.
Well, thank you.
Okay, so for menu navigation, I should see here. That's not what I wanted. I'm not sure. How to do the gamepad. Pass through. Digital normalized digital, I don't know what it means. How is this? Oh, they can rename them. That's what they're doing. Okay, let's see. Okay, there we go. Now you can have like... Because it don't need 2 of these. So you have W, up arrow. No, the wrong S. Down arrow. For the menu navigation. It's the interesting stuff. Just setting this up. I'm learning how this whole thing works. Left stick up, so you can use the left stick for the menu navigation to... I've used it, please you get full range. And you should be able to add the D-pad as well. Yes, like that. But you can also add the gamepad keyboard. Can rename those. Of course, you can just add a stick as well as an input. You actually don't need to split it up, but it did split it up for this one for some reason. I don't know why. There. Here's this. That. We don't need logic, we just need parenting. Exactly.
Don't need logic, we just need pandas.
What's the confirm button on a keyboard?
I'm wondering what sort of game would we make with just panty logic?
A game 95% panties. I guess keyboard doesn't have a primary action.
Primary direction.
Primary direction?
Primary action.
Yeah, primary action. That was the thing, like, would it pick, like, enter Because it makes sense the enter is the confirm, like if you navigate something, press enter. Don't know if there's any other button you would press on to confirm your choice.
In gaming space, enter is such a lousy button for something to be a specific button.
Well, for the confirm button in a menu.
Still,
And
lousy button for that.
Yeah, but what? I mean, it can be multiple buttons.
It's so far away from
Yeah.
any button you are using.
So if you
Spacebar significantly better.
makes sense to have spacebar as an input confirm button as well.
That actually makes sense. It's present in most of the keyboard, but
And the
it's
pause
rarely used for
button.
that purpose. Admittedly.
Pause button would be the escape key, which I can't press on because it cancels the. So I need to manually select it from here. Escape.
And you write ESC.
It's not a search. Well, I guess there's a search too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can type. I can search. I guess there's also a pause. The pause break button on the keyboard. I guess that can also pause the key.
So if you press the T on the right, it lets you... No.
No, this allows you to customize the in.
Yeah.
What if you can input multiple things? If you take this, and I go here, and I put like space, it breaks. It doesn't like that. And I see I can't put slash here either.
I mean, you can add more keyboard input slots. Extra bindings.
Yeah, but
I guess you should be able to do that in script too. Likely.
I can, but I added them as separate actions here. But I don't seem to be able to do that in a single action, but that does make sense, I guess.
What I mean is that...
well, it's an action, I mean binding here. Yeah, you can have multiple bindings in an action.
Yes, but what I mean is that can you, through script, tell the active input system, but hey, the player wants you to have extra bindings. So could we have a script?
My outfit. I don't know.
I would presume.
Well, yeah, I would assume. Yeah, I would. It would make sense that you can add another binding here to this list.
Specifically through the script, but yeah.
Yeah, it would make sense.
It would.
So you can press enter and space to confirm. What's the cancel button like? What do you press to go back a menu?
Escape is a pretty common one, I would argue.
Yeah, but there's also the pause button is already listed.
Yep.
But I guess if you press the pause button, that could work as another way to go back a menu.
So how the menus need or should work is that it's a state machine.
Yeah.
Do you know what those are?
Not sure.
Okay, a state machine. You have a state and you have a second state, and then there's a link between them telling what needs to happen for them to change. And then when that thing happens, it moves from the first state to the second state. And let's say that the first state is animation A and the second state is animation B.
Well,
that's a type of state machine. Other types can be a enemy AI, can be a state machine. Looking for player, chasing player, attacking player. Different states, and they all have connections. Under which situations they change the state. I'm guessing you understood. Oh, at least most.
I'm not sure if I fully understood, but
Fair
okay. But yeah, it's if you press the confirm button in the menu, move forward to the menu.
So essentially, in this case, it would be so that when you open the ESC menu and then you go into, let's say, options. Now the menu understands that you're in the options.
Yeah.
So when you press ESC, instead of just going out of the menu wholesale, it goes out of the options first.
Yeah. Yes. So yeah.
It understands in which state the menu is in and reacts appropriately.
Yes. That does make sense. If I don't have a secondary input for secondary binding, should I still have a blank binding for a controller? Even if it doesn't have anything on it.
That would be kind of odd.
Yeah, because I was thinking like in the settings, because as I said, I would like to have 2 or even 3 inputs per action just for freedom, because it's an easy menu to do. And if I only have 1 action here for the gamepad, it could change. I don't know how this works actually, but it would make sense that it could change the input for the first binding. But then it must be able to add a second binding then if the player chooses to have a second binding.
I don't really know what those bindings could be for, so...
No, but that's up to the player. Okay, so if you're playing this game, this is not a keyboard and mouse game. This is just a keyboard game because, yeah, you don't need the mouse. What would the shooting buttons be then?
For keyboard.
Yeah.
Depends if you want to make it one-handed or two-handed, I suppose.
I mean, it could be designed to, around one-handed, but it also has extra bindings for two-handed.
Did spacebar do anything yet?
No, not for controls. Because you have the forward shooting and upward shooting, which in a helicopter would be downward shooting and forward shooting, but
well,
it's a high shot and low shots basically.
Ground shooting was the normal shooting essentially, so that could be spacebar.
That seems reasonable.
And then high shot could either be soft B or something like shift spacebar.
In that case, just shift in that.
Maybe. I just feel, well, I don't know. Yeah, possibly, yeah. As a keyboard gamer, it just feels so wrong to be shooting from shift key, but if it works.
I mean, it's this kind of game, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just giving my input on the subject.
But yeah, B makes sense if I rest my hand here. I would say, but that would be for one-handed.
Two-hander, we would need to start considering either numpad or the right end of the keys themselves.
Not every keyboard does have a numpad.
That is why we need to consider the right end of the keyboard.
At that point, there will be like 4 bindings on the keyboard if we add both.
Actually, arrow buttons. Those are pretty much in every keyboard, right?
Yeah, I was sort of setting that up for movement for someone who wants that.
Huh?
You can always rebind it for all.
The arrow keys are very difficult to use for controls because they are not near any buttons.
Yes.
So they're near like 0, shift and control, but
someone who prefers controlling with the right hand could use the left hand for...
okay, fair enough.
Wait, why are arrow keys hard to use? Seems like just a matter of habit. No. That wasn't... The statement wasn't that they are hard to use. The statement is that they are usually on standard keyboards far away. Like there's no other keys around arrow keys. So for example, if you want to do the typical thing of like E and F, it tends to be actions, common actions, which are right next to the WASD buttons. You don't have anything like that for arrow keys.
Also a problem with them is that they are at the down low of the keyboard.
Right.
So if you rest the 3 fingers of usual movement keys on them, you can't really push any other buttons with your other fingers. So you would either need to use some other fingers to control the movement.
Yes, if you want to use spacebar, for example, you don't really have an equivalent of that. If you you can stretch your thumb to press the 0 key on the numpad, but that's a bit uncomfortable.
Well, like the first alternative version that comes to my mind is that you have your fingers on the numpad and your thumb on the arrows, but I can just imagine how strange it would be to drive the vehicle with just the thumb.
Cool, Church is going to fly. Cole might have special permission though. What's the story behind Cole's special permission? Sounds interesting. I don't know what the special permission is. So yeah, so that's... Then of course you have the ESDF gamers. Because then you get extra keys, like then you can have the AQ. More keys around.
Yes.
Too much, you should know that if someone, you know that 2/3 of my art contains panfish, which is funny. And then there's a secondary action as well. I should have a left control. Left control. Oh, actually doesn't work. Control. Problem is control. Is that controller? Probably isn't to press this. There we go.
I guess we never really see ourselves needing multiple tile maps.
No. This is no.
Yeah, okay.
Like
considering making it singleton, so
yeah, it would only be one. The ones that all maps are using.
Do you know what singleton is?
Singleton. I've heard that.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't exactly know.
It is a class that has a static reference to itself. And there usually is only one of them. One of that type of variable.
So like there's only a single tile set?
So we have the tile map is going to be a singleton. It has a static instance of itself. So anything can refer to it with just variable type tile map, so capitalized, and then dot instance, and it can refer to the tile map through that. If a second tile map is created on start or awake, it asks if there already is a class inhabiting this tilemap instance? And if not, and that is not that instance, then it destroys itself.
Yeah, makes sense.
Commonly used for game management and management systems and whatnot.
Sounds like Ponpan has a unique style. Well, guys, what kind of art are we talking about? Like game character or something? You know, I've done some. I mean, I do have links to my art if you want to see. Have a look for yourself. No, not like that. That's not a link. Here are links. If you want to see my art.
I thought that how to put it, hands-on display would be useful here.
No, but that's not my art.
Is it not?
But no obligation to flash your panties. Okay, yeah. I mean, I've drawn designs on the panties, I guess.
Someone else drew the panties themselves.
Well, yeah, I did pay an artist to make the Ponpan model, including panties.
I see.
I asked someone to make panties for
Ponpan. You're doing, right? At least most of them.
What did you say?
Are most of the outfits you're doing though?
Well, I did also have a few made, but then I made some new ones out of those.
Mm-hmm.
So the swimsuit is one that I got, that I paid for. But then I used that to make the bikini.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the midsection missing. Very on brand for the stream. Yeah.
It do be.
If you were okay, the number pad and the right side of the letter keys would logically be using the same arrangement. So if you're using the number pad as a reference here, so you have it. So you have you have the three actions. Well, but it actually benefits of, so yes, you have the number page if you have one and wants to move your right hand further away, and you can have the right side of the letters to have it closer together. But the right side of letters you can also use with your left hand if you want to use the right hand for the arrow keys. For those who want that, but yeah. But as I said, you can also change the controls. Regardless of what the layout is, you can just go and change the controls. It's not so super important to come up with these first anyway, but I'm just putting stuff together. Yeah, Modesta, you can check out all my art there. Cold likes it. I hope there's some artworks that you like. So, for example, if you just take 4, 5, 6 to be low, high, and the secondary action. For example, that seems simple enough. Because then it would be possible to take, unless it should be further down, maybe, because I was thinking 4, 5, 6 because it's the same height as ASD. So you don't like it. Yeah, or something. Is this what your underwear looks like, Jannertto?
That is classified.
Okay. Seems like we have a lot of fancy quotes going on today. Yeah, Modesta likes panties. Calling you out there. I mean, you're the one searching for panties. I mean, I got, like, obviously. I got two 210 of my 1745 quotes does contain the word panties. So, yeah.
Damn. There's a theme going on, I see.
Yep. Definitely a theme. For the right side of keys, how far to the right should it be? Because since it is using the scan codes, it doesn't matter what keys they are actually. But I will take in consideration the US layout, which does mean that the furthest right it can go is that the, well, it will be the L, A keys. There we go. That makes sense for Jannertto.
What did you say?
The furthest right for the equivalent, because I have 456, as well as 7 and 9 for additional rotating turrets. If you want to rotate turret with right hand instead of left hand, it's all up to you. However you want to. So I was thinking for the right keys, for the right side letters keys, the equivalent for 456 on the number pad would be L, A, which is the furthest right you can put the keys. If you, for it to also work on a US keyboard.
Okay.
But I do know.
I've never seen an American keyboard, but I trust in your judgment in this.
Well, if you take your keyboard and then you have that key to the left of A, instead of, oh no, sorry, that's the key. If you take the key that is to the right side of A, there we go, now it's on that key isn't there, it is placed above the enter key. The enter key is just one row instead and like moves. Yeah. And that key on the US layout is the only non-white space input character that is not the same size as every other key. You have white space input keys like the spacebar and the tab key that are a different size, but every other key on the ISO keyboard, which we have in Sweden, Finland, and many other countries, every single non-white space input key have the same size.
I understand like 70% what you're saying. I do understand what you mean though.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to understand or should we continue?
They're just mostly words that I don't have definition for, but
I don't think it matters.
I get the point. Might not understand all the words.
So this, because this is scan codes, meaning that this key should be fine to use. Oh, there's so many bindings now. Only 4 bindings for keyboard, but that's fine. You can add as many keys you want. What are you searching? I suspect Kochi would know what that is. Nothing with butter. Not rusty, but there's panties because my panties are very soft. They are soft. I like it soft. I like it soft because it's soft. Coach is a berry bot has also been on my stream at times. Well, I guess this is a lot of keys. Well, I actually never actually set up the arrow keys.
I love how you have not actually gotten into scripting.
I know. I got important things to do. No,
I'm not commenting on anything else. I just love the fact.
Hey, there we go. I think this is everything. Now it's set up. Done.
Now it's just the tail end of the setup coming in.
So, what is it called? Walker controls anyway.
What control?
Walker controls. That's what the file was named when it arrived on my side.
Walker controls. Ah, well, because it's a script for controlling a walker.
Is it from? Is it something you made?
Yes. Or, to be more precise, still am making.
Oh. Well, here we go. Here's the thing. Technically, I haven't fixed the helicopter, but that can be for later.
So did you push it, or
Should I push it?
it doesn't necessarily matter since I'm not working on it, but
No, okay. No, because you're working on the grids is, well, yeah.
to be honest, I don't. Oh, hi coach. How you doing?
Codes. We're making a game.
I am programming a
I should actually-
tile map system.
Actually, look at your screen here too,
Hello.
so I can see what you're doing. Water, grass, and concrete. Yeah, we'll have a proper tile list at some point. I guess.
Well, those are types thus far, and we can just add to them. And the more complex part is that what do we actually do with that information?
A specific tile has a specific look to it, and
Yes.
yeah, that's.
Yes.
I'm
but
thinking this very basic in the sense of, so you have a tile. It has a certain look to it, and that's it.
So the way
They
we
have
can
different
do
attributes,
that,
of course.
part of the way we can do that is that we can have a singular material with multiple textures.
I would like to actually model the tile to have different, like 3D, like
Then
sand.
we can use prefabs instead. It would be kind of a stupid and simple approach.
I mean, it is. I guess that makes sense.
And if we want, we can add some variety, like having multiple of them, and then it randomly decides which one goes, like which variant is in which tile. Like we have 10 different grass tiles, and then it just randomly decides which grass tile goes to which tile. Same for sand and so on. Deep silence.
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Well, because the idea of a tile system was to having these more. I mean, what you say makes sense. If I understood it, I kind of didn't understand. I didn't follow it fully. Okay, I kind of got lost there a bit, but
So, we have different types. Now, let's say that at some point we decide that having just one type of grass is bit boring looking. And instead we make a array and fill that with different types of grass prefabs. And then it plops them down randomly into the points where we have designated grass. So each grass, well, many of the grass tiles would not look like many of the other grass tiles.
Yeah.
Does that explain it at all?
I'm not sure. But
where we are putting a grass tile, we randomly select from
yeah, I mean that
array
makes
of different
sense.
grass tiles.
Because I understand my idea might not be that efficient, or my idea was to create like a 3D asset of the tile for whichever look it should have, and then it just and the 3D model would have different heights on it depending on what kind of things they are. Like a grass tile would be higher up than a sand tile, but then there would also be a tile when grass goes over to sand. And then it just and I wouldn't need to actually make in all the different directions. And it would look a lot repeated if you have the same tiles in. But that is at the same time I wouldn't have an issue with that, because that will still give this more old time look of having this tile system.
So essentially what you mean is that you want to essentially have tall grass somewhere.
Tile grass. That would apply to everything from roads, buildings, I guess.
Buildings would be there.
Well, yeah, the building would
be a tile that is spread up, or does the tile have a building?
I mean, the building itself could be. So yeah, so the building would be like an object instead. You would have a base tile, so the tile would still need to determine what, and then the building. So I guess the tile needs to tell what kind of object it should have on top of it.
We'll handle it with the game object, so we'll have an array of different game objects that are quote-unquote structures that the tiles can receive. And those would be buildings and trees and whatnot.
Buildings, walls, towers.
Yeah. Then we would probably also need to have broken walls and towers and whatnot.
Yeah, that would be like as it breaks.
Yeah, though now that I think about it, they would probably just want to be part of the tower prefab.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
The
lower
tower breaks, we just flip from one active model to the other active model.
Yeah. That does make sense.
Yeah. Heck. Coach, are you still here, by the way? Thanks for the system check. And I don't know. Too unused for receiving redeems, I guess. Well, I guess this is Coach doing now, so I hope they're still here listening. Over.
Oh,
Free Ponpon, over. Over.
yeah, I don't have a redeem for it. I can do it for free. Yeah, well, I don't charge for that.
Maybe you should.
Oh, it's not like I'm earning anything from it.
That's kind of a stupid and wild idea.
Oh,
Can I have an overload of a method that just calls the other overload?
Orlob. Yeah, toolbox, you are a Orlob. Well, I said all of this up, so why doesn't it show that the project settings has been, or the input system had changed? In
you need to save it from the top right.
I don't see a save option. Yeah, because it doesn't show it there. I don't see an option to save.
It's in the input editor system on the top right. In line with all control schemes. I think it's too small for you.
Hey, I don't see any save.
Oh, you're in project or you're in project settings, you should be in the input system actions. I wonder.
Is it some action?
Oh no, it should be there. So it should be. I feel like you need to. So you need. It's too much to the right. I imagine you have something potentially cut out on the right there.
Mine, like I can. This is like maximum size. What?
No, that UI is missing parts. It's behind, at least for me, it's behind the Visual Studio.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I don't maximize it, so I can show both. Yeah.
Dun dun da da. Well, good that you found it. And back to coding.
Well, I still haven't found. What am I looking for? There's no option to save.
It should be on a line with all control schemes.
Yeah, all control schemes, all devices. Right. There is nothing here.
Well, then you need to go into the actual input action.
What?
Input system screen instead of the project settings.
I don't know. There was a different screen.
Double click there's the project-wide actions. Double click that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things here.
No, in the action input action screen, there's the.
Okay, if I go here. Okay, so I do have here. Okay, and everything I set up is here still. So.
Well, that is what you have been editing. So the thing is, now that you save it,
yeah, here I can set to save. Yeah.
Yeah. Now it sort of.
No, it should work.
Now it sort of updates the input class, because that's essentially just.
Let's minimize this again, so I can bring it.
Tool for editing the settings for the system. That
yeah, so now that it's saved, now it does show up here as being modified.
Nice.
Which means I can also push it.
You can push it.
Push it. There we go. Done. Now you can look at the input system.
Oh, that's how it's done.
Of course, you don't need player or UI, but it's just there for reference for now.
Mm-hmm. So then you should need to understand the
code
setting system for how you set up the key points.
What?
It's all in the awake and the.
Yeah, the awake has the. So.
As I said, I have commented the code so it doesn't bring up errors. So all of the lines in those are actual code.
Yeah, so this will load the input system. But it does give an error for this one. Double spread name input system action could not be found. Let me see.
Yeah, because it uses different name in our project.
What is listed input system action thing here? Or is it something else?
No, it's we are not using that thing where it comes from, so it doesn't recognize it. The one I was using is the Unity FPS sample, but I presume we have something else.
Okay, can I check the error, see if it... No, it does not.
It doesn't really know, because
yeah, it doesn't.
It's just code that isn't linked to anything, so it's kinda...
Can I drag this and insert it in the code? No. It did open it though. Input system actions. Well, so it needs to know what to have then.
I wonder if it's just input.
It does have input system here, but it goes unused.
Yeah.
Let's see. No, I just have the input system. It doesn't have anything. Can I search? Of course I can.
One way you can check it, if you can find the character control script for the sample character in the sample scene you have.
Controllers. Basic rig, first person controller. Oh, yeah, you just call it the input system here. Yeah, it does require component type of player input. I don't know if that matters. We looked at this last week. Starter assets. We wanted to avoid that stuff, didn't we? No, no, it's not sample assets though.
Yeah, but it might be that very specific thing is just under it.
Oh, I was hoping I could open the starter assets namespace, but I couldn't.
So if you right-click it, and then there should be go to definition or something.
Okay, go to definition. Cannot navigate.
Ah. Okay. I don't have the right files to actually do scouting on that. I guess I would have them in different ones of my things, but then I would need to go dumpster diving. Which of my projects is based upon this? I think, yeah, but did I remove them from there?
Can search for starter assets. My starter asset inputs. Okay, so because starter is assets input has namespace starter assets, which is the name of the Name of the input actions.
System action.
If this was in the input system actions namespace, like this.
That's the problem then. Yeah, there.
Yeah.
In the inspector, there when you have the input system
Yes.
underscore actions, there's generate C# class.
Okay.
Tick that and generate. Might be our
The apply, I guess.
yes.
Okay. Now it does something. Oh yeah. Now the error disappeared.
Nice.
Pancakes is a different form of a sandwich. Oop, done. Now the inputs works.
Nice.
Inputs, new input system actions. Inputs player. But we're not using player.
Nope. And also the input methods and whatevers. You also need to change in the take control section.
Yeah. So if I go inputs, well, I wouldn't. Depends on when this code is.
Vehicles and helicopters, so.
Yeah, so I should enable.
And you do also need to. Actually, yeah.
Let's start with.
We are doing the vehicle, so let's start by enabling the vehicle.
Inputs, vehicle, enable. Do I enable both, or should I just enable one?
Let's start with just the vehicles, and you can deal with the helicopter later on.
Yeah. But take control. Also, wait, take control before I enable, but okay.
Take control is before enable, for the fact that it sets up the control. What methods do the controls actually interact with? Now they might not be fantastic, but they work. Mostly the second one might not be fantastic, but it works.
Commands, acceleration.
So how they work is that first you declare what is happening. So input player.move performed. So that happens. Then you plus is move ctx. I don't know where the name comes from, but
what is that?
That's the variable that comes out of the action. And then you point to what method you want to call, and you input that variable in there.
Oh. I wanted to see what they call all this stuff. There. So we have accelerate. Oh no, Coachy, What is a move CTX? It's only
as far as I know, that is just where you name the variable coming out of there.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything. Could as well be called monkey.
Yes, it could. Is it smart to name it that? Probably not.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, what does CTX stand for?
I have no bloody clue.
No. I mean, in that case, it just makes it coachy. I like the Valentine theme. Well, a lot of people seem to like those. I like how you are the person, like how not again coachy. I'm still embarrassed. It could as well as we call the action at this point. Now it does have the command acceleration, but that's not. But this takes the vector command direction and stuff like that. But that's I don't feel like it goes move direction. It doesn't feel like relevant. So I guess we're going to make new stuff for that. Why is it complain? Indeed. So here comes the coding. Do you like the prefix command?
So the thing about that command thing is that how I set up the thing is the player,
as far as I can see, if I may explain it actually, so that, because that would show that I understand this. So yeah, the command is a function is the one that sets the variable for which direction should be moved in.
Yes.
And then it has the fixed update here, where it does do the accelerate, which it does based on the move, where the move speed is based on the move direction and stuff. So it constantly updates where it should move towards. And the command functions, where only one is set up here, is the one that tells it where to move, what the target is.
Well, it accelerates towards the vectors given in the move direction.
Yeah.
And then it limits them.
Oh yeah.
I'm still working on that limit part and deceleration part.
So the acceleration should accelerate up to a certain point and to a max speed. Why is the max speed a vector?
Well, Pon, you see, walkers are vehicles that don't necessarily move sideways as well as they move forward and backwards. And they can still move sideways.
Okay, so that's why
the
it's
upwards
like
and
that.
downwards direction is kind of still up in the air what I do with that, or if I will do anything with that, but...
Okay. It's so interesting that you said Celeste field to move direction. Or Celeste field on the move direction. A Celeste field on the move direction. So you can see the move direction. I see. That's why.
So move direction exists to move direction exists to receive the direction the player wants the walker to accelerate towards.
So like the target.
Yes.
Well, let's create new stuff then.
Indeed.
So we'll have target speed, I guess, depending on how much you press the trigger.
Yeah. Although keyboards can't really deal with that. But
No,
yeah.
the target speed will be max. So, and as long as it's below the target speed, it needs to accelerate.
I mean, we could technically give the keyboard the chance of
I don't see
it accelerating. So if you hold W down, it will go like faster and faster and faster until a certain limit. But if you like tap it sometimes, it moves at better pace.
I'm not sure how that would. I mean, if you keep tapping it, I mean, the target speed will go from 0 to 1 constantly. So, and because it has this inertia, so it will keep a lower speed.
I'm sort of wondering, could you, unless the player breaks, give it some sort of, how to put it, residual acceleration after they stop pressing the W.
I'm not sure if. Wait, what? Is that something you would like to play once? So.
I would argue this is something that might be worth testing.
Sounds complicated, but I mean, if it's better.
So the vehicle would receive essentially enough force to keep it at speed when the player doesn't press W, like some duration after they have stopped pressing W, unless they break. But this might also just be one of those concepts that get thrown into the trash bin after it has been made.
Yeah, I feel like as soon as you stop pressing the key, you should stop accelerating. I feel like, I don't know.
That is true for controllers where you can like change the speed, but I am thinking, could this be a feature that would let keyboard players move with different speeds? Then again, keyboard players are probably used to the fact that they will just pull on their way into victory with different speeds.
And I mean, you also can just, you release the key, it stops accelerating, but it still keeps having its speed.
Yes, that's sort of what I mean, that they just tap the W every now and again.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not like it stops as soon as you release the key.
Yeah.
It's a heavy vehicle, so... What are you guys doing? I'm a bit down. No, you're not down with the programming stuff here.
Tracks have a lot of resistance to them. It is what I feel, but as said, it doesn't emulate reality, so...
It's not going to be simulating this. And I guess it should have a rotating speed for... Based on how much... It doesn't have a target rotation because that's not how rotating is going to work. You're just telling it, I want it to rotate. Although you should probably have accelerating target.
I was wondering, for cars and tanks, do we want them to be... do we want them to turn slower when they are at higher speed?
Possibly, but that's just a factor then.
Yeah. I don't remember how it usually... Well, what's the problem usually? I'm wondering, was it the problem that the turn wasn't a constant, which then caused you to turn much harder when you turned at speed, which caused the car to kind of bash into stuff? Or was it that because it was constant, or like constant angle, it caused you to spin out of control very easily with higher speeds because the small change keyboard, you can't make small changes. But if you tried to turn at high speeds, the wheels would go into hard angle and that would near instantly just spin you out of control at high speed. Which is not gonna be a problem here, but...
No, it's not going to simulate that, but yeah, that does make sense. If you're going high speed, you would turn slower. Should the turning accelerate?
I feel like that would need to be, well, it would first of all need to be a vehicle-specific thing, and then second of all, question of how deeply do we want to emulate reality.
I mean, to be fair, Return Fire did have turning acceleration, so... Which was different for vehicle, the helicopter had a very slow turning acceleration.
So instead of turning at rate, it accelerates.
Yeah.
Turning accelerates, okay. Okay.
But it deaccelerates very quickly, because so you can easier choose your rotation. But I could still use speed rotating speed because...
I mean, we can start with just rotation speed.
Yeah, I think that should still...
edit the method later on if we want.
No, would you still have... Okay, wait. So, target, rotating speed. Okay, I need to organize this. Wouldn't you have a variable for its current speed?
What?
Yeah, you have a move speed here too. Okay, so let's try to organize. So we're going to have a target. We have a current. A target you want to achieve, what the current value is for both moving and rotating. Flashy. Wait, why do I have this active? Then there's the turret. But one thing at a time. Freepik is exposed in the fruits market. Bonbon is exposed in there anyway. Sounds about right. Because then there's the accelerating, the acceleration. But also for rotating acceleration, the acceleration, which must be a higher value. The exact values are going to be defined per vehicle. And then we have max speed as well. I need to have a good way to name all these. What if I add? Let's add this back here. So I have max speed. It should kind of also have like a minimum speed, which is the reversing, which would be a different speed.
I guess, yeah.
But only a max speed for rotating, because it doesn't matter which way you rotate. It's going to be the same speed. But accelerate and brake are two separate actions. But if you press both at the same time, I guess the brake is going to take priority. If it's programmed that way.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, how does that go along with the actual keyboard sending information? I remember keyboards having relatively low amount of keys you can have pushed down at the same time while it still receives the...
I mean, that depends on the keyboard and which keys you're pressing.
I know nothing about... well, I know very little about that.
I don't know if we can see which keys are pressed on this keyboard. I can apparently not. Oh well.
After just pressing my hand on the keyboard, at some point it started repeating 2 letters.
Yeah, but that's with 2 letters. It should actually only repeat 1 letter.
Oh.
Since that is in the software, that has nothing to do with the hardware.
Oh.
This keyboard does allow me to press basically all keys, but it's a more expensive keyboard, so...
Yeah, but does it receive all the inputs at the same time?
At the exact same moment, I don't know.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm testing, that since I press many a button at the same time.
There is a limit though, I can't press too many buttons. But I can press a lot of buttons on this keyboard.
Yeah, it's just the Logitech keyboard that had 2 different USB cables that came out of it.
I can press 17 keys at the same time.
What's the end result of that?
It seems like quite consistent that I can press 17 keys.
Yeah, but what does it actually do?
Well, it allows me to press 17 keys.
Do you get the feedback from it somehow?
I mean, yeah, I use this a website I can see when I press a key.
Okay.
So I can see.
Fair enough. Yeah. That do be a valid thing. Okay. Oh yeah. How are your dealings going on? They just go somewhere.
Yeah,
I guess. Okay.
it goes. I was thinking.
It do be something you end up doing while programming.
So what does perform mean?
When the button is pressed down, as far as I know.
What if it's an axis then? Maybe it says here. Doesn't tell me what it means. Okay, they started performed and cancelled, so I guess performed is while it's being performed at this very current moment.
I did test that and I didn't get a lot of the like it didn't repeat the input in the console, which makes me a bit skeptical that's the case, but I would suggest you try it.
Should they have like a bool for like currently breaking or something? So when it runs the acceleration code, it sees that, well, your brakes are currently on, so we will not accelerate.
Yeah, that's a way to do it.
Seems like an easy way to do it, yeah.
Yeah. If braking, then return.
Yeah. God, Shuriman is very boopable. Goodbye, Cole. It looks like you're dying. So we're going to have a code that is don't know. Oh no, put on his planet.
Oh no, anyways.
Oh no. Anyway, so wait, read value vector 2, is that necessary? No, I'm getting undressed again. Again. It's not the first time this has happened. What is that? Again. But it does not in the vector 2 because it's not a vector 2, it's an it's not. Does it have?
What does the input accelerate look like?
It doesn't have anything. I'm going to create it. This is a floating. I don't know. Does it? Can I just insert it like action like? What even is action?
I have no idea.
What kind of action? Yeah.
Oh yeah, the action is the input variable you made.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. What's the? It's your move. CTX. Whatever CTX stands for.
I copied it from somewhere and it has lived from that onwards. I have no idea.
Okay. Makes
but
sense.
It works.
I mean, yeah, it's just a variable name, so.
Variable name that is literally used on the same line it is which is only used on the same line that it is created.
Yeah. But it says here, it says read value vector, like it says like read value. In this case, it will be float because it's not a vector 2, but.
So. Okay. Is it vector 2?
No, because it's only one vector.
Yeah, but then you don't show. Oh, that's a command. Okay. Do you have the method for the? Okay. So in the input accelerate, there's the normal. Yeah, those.
So we float.
I guess I'm a bit late. Yeah.
Oh, input. Because I'm creative. Input power. Amount. They do like should give them for. I mean, this is going to be compiled anyway. It doesn't matter what you call the variables.
Well, that's more so for the.
Yeah, that's
coders.
why. Yeah, that's why I wanted a thing that has a name that's easy to read. So input amount seems to be how much of an amount you're inputting currently. Seems like a very obvious. Although braking should only brake until you're standing still, then it should reverse. Yeah, I have to think about this.
I feel like you.
I'll get there. But currently, now it says that the action is wrong here. Generic walker controls. Wait, don't really got that. Input action callback context. Okay, that's what it's getting, a callback context. But I only don't, so therefore I do read value, float, and now it will be happy. So yeah, otherwise I can, instead of doing a float here, I can just call it read back value from the, and then I do here read value, but I'm not sure what else I would do with that. Input action callback context read value. I don't know. What? Action cancel control duration. Well, just duration. That's interesting. Interaction. Performance phase. Start time, value, size, and byte value time. Okay, so those have actually some interesting stuff. No, I guess breaking makes sense to have as a bool, because yes, if you press the brake, that takes priority because it says it's true, and it will break and have it stop to 0. But then if it's 0 or less, it will start reversing, basically at targets.
Creative question I'd like to...
Shouldn't be input amount times this max speed driving?
About the braking is...
Yeah.
Do we make it so that it essentially just accelerates backwards? Do we make it so that it brakes until you halt and then waits some short time until it starts back?
I don't think...
Or does it stop and you need to release the button and push it back down for you to back down?
No, I think just accelerating backwards seems... I think that's how it works in Return Fire. Because when you are in a situation that you need to reverse, I don't know why, but... I mean, yeah, it's faster than to turn around, so then you kind of want to get it to stop and start reversing as soon as possible.
Not that it matters here, but I feel like in real life it's commonly more faster to turn around.
Depends on how much you need to reverse.
Yeah, but you need to change the gear. Well, you need to brake, you need to...
I mean, in real life, yeah.
You need to change the gear
Depends on how much space you have in real life.
Accelerate backwards. Well, of course.
Okay, let's see now. I have the bullets, so if this...
And also, many vehicles usually have more speed forwards. And then there are the astonishing tank solutions, where the backwards gear moves ungodly slowly speed. Like 5 kilometers per hour or something at max.
Oh wait, all it need to do is brake. So yeah, so when you press the brake, the target's speed is just going to be the negative speed then. And the code that handles the current... so yeah, so if your current target speed is 0, that means that you have no throttle or braking. So then it will just deaccelerate as normal. But if the target speed is positive, then it will still let it deaccelerate as regular if the current speed is too high.
Bon.
Yes, I wasn't done, but okay.
About the acceleration drive and that whole block of code.
Yeah.
Make a comment.
Okay.
How to form this?
I don't need double. It just looks nicer.
Higher up, above all the floats and accelerate drives and whatnot.
I mean at the very top here, or here.
Make a script that holds these in the vehicles or vehicle prefabs.
I'm confused what you're talking about now.
So instead of having them hard-coded in the code right there.
Yeah, I mean they will not be hard-coded in the end.
Yes, but just a reminder that
I mean
we need to make the system such that all the accelerations and turns and whatnot
should I say,
transferred from there
these should be I mean, I guess, so, yeah, I guess, yeah, bonk. I mean, you're not wrong.
Yes, and also these sort of things, I don't know.
Yeah.
If there's no need for flexibility, I guess they can be there, but it would be nice if they had their own script.
Well, I'm not sure what I mean by the variables should still exist, right?
Yes, but it is because this is the control script. This handles the inputs. We want a separate script that has the stats for the vehicles.
I thought this was going to handle the vehicle movement.
That is part of handling the inputs.
Okay, but then I don't see what you're talking about.
So let's say that we have the tank and we have the helicopter. And we want to switch between those stats.
Yeah.
So
I guess you would
have
do
a separate script
in the white part
holds the different values. And then when we switch the vehicle, we switch which one of those scripts we refer to when we ask about these values.
I mean, yeah, you would have a function that just overrides these values, I guess.
But why have duplicates of them?
No, override them. They are not duplicate.
Yeah, but you need to have them stored somewhere unless you store them there, but then they aren't easily editable from the...
Yeah, but I don't
prefabs.
Understand.
Let's go over it later on. That's why we commented it.
Yeah.
I will
I feel like
and show it later on.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't ask you to start making it. I asked you to comment on it, so we remember it. Hopefully I remember by it on that.
Well, yeah, I will possibly not forget about... I mean, it would be quite easy to see them testing the game, like, nah, this doesn't seem right. Because there's a significant difference in speed between different vehicles.
I mean, you can just make a script that essentially looks up what the stats for the helicopter should be and then puts those in. But what I'm suggesting, I'd argue is better for implementers, is that if the system is such that they can, in the prefab, designate all the values, and then instead of having duplicates, one set of the data in the prefab and second one in the control script, the control script would just read it from the prefab.
Yeah, I mean,
creation of the prefab.
That makes sense. But I mean, I was just thinking, like, wouldn't you have like placeholder variables or something? I don't know.
Well, those would still be in the vehicle, whatever the vehicle happens to be.
for whenever the vehicle is missing a variable.
Well, then it complains, and then we have an error, and then
Yeah,
we think,
that
what the
was.
fuck?
That's why I was thinking, like. I mean, take it. I mean, yeah. I guess it's easier to see
Also,
the an error than in that case.
Also, it probably fills all the variables with zeros because they are mostly just ints or floats.
Yeah. Well, I guess we do that when it creates the vehicle.
Yep.
Then we'll move it over. And I will see what you're talking about.
Hopefully, all I'm just.
Yeah, it's just things that I don't understand at the moment, so. What did I miss? I took a shower. You missed a lot of things. We had a party here. Actually, the other people here are having a party. I wasn't invited. Well, I was invited while during the stream. I wasn't invited prior to the stream, so.
But yeah, what I'm explaining is largely to do with object-oriented programming.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just not fully grasping the whole thing. But that is for later.
I believe you understand when we are actually trying to make it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, yeah, they should be, yeah. I guess I understand it half.
Well, that's already a good head start.
Yeah.
We are not dealing with that yet.
Sure can. Well, I would still keep this one for later. I can add a comment to it. Alright. Helicopter strafing. I guess. We've always been concerned about your health, Jukuvox. I hallucinate. My mental health is not the best. Not depressed though. That's the important part. Well, at least there's that. Someone should arrest Jukuvox and force him to be here. Exactly. You can't take a shower. You need to bring your phone into the shower. And have Ponpon talk to you while you're in the shower. So we're going to have turn. The turn is also on an axis, but it's a different axis because it has 0 in the middle. So again, how does this? Oh yeah, it goes negative and positive, and I guess these are only positive. Okay, so it does have that. It should handle that for me. Do. So how is target speed rotating based on max speed rotating? Let's do that. Export this over now. There is a warrant for my arrest to the cost of being forced to watch Ponpon stream. What, like, imagine if you made a crime and then said, like, your crime is that you have to watch Ponpon stream.
There are some interesting judges somewhere that make interesting quote-unquote easier ways out for people from their crimes that may not necessarily be easier, or they might be more educational.
Okay, we create a function that will actually run the let's give it drive vehicle. Check this. Accelerator, moonwalking. Wait, what I need? Moonwalking. What I need one? There we go. And I can delete this too. Or should it? Yeah, you do. Okay, no, actually. You have two functions. One that figure out the values, and then the second one to actually... Okay, that makes sense. So we'll have... I mean, I'm not sure if update vehicle is... You can call it vehicle update values. That's gonna pretty straightforward. Vehicles move for the
execute vehicle maneuver.
execute vehicle. Otherwise, vehicle update position. This does not take in consideration like if stuff is in the way.
It does not. And honestly, making the acceleration with that way was kind of difficult.
Well, I guess in the update position, it has to check if it collides with something and stop the vehicle. Slamming into a wall.
I will need to do that with the walker at some point.
So we update.
I don't know why I'm so...
What?
I'm just wondering for my walker game that... Is there a reason for me being so adverse against using the rigid body with the walker? I don't actually know. Maybe I just want certain type of controls. But I'm probably gonna need rigid body anyways for it to actually collide with things.
Okay, I probably need to come up with better names here. Well, let's call it forward. Accelerate, I guess, and then we have forward braking, and then forward. I could call it deaccelerate, but that's ambiguous. So how would call it idle? I don't know.
Decelerate.
Decelerate.
Yeah.
Yes, not deaccelerate. Decelerate. Still, it's ambiguous. Is it because you're braking, or is it because you're not accelerating?
Fair enough.
So I was thinking like idle, but that's probably not a good term.
I mean resistance.
Inertia. No, that's very ambiguous.
That would be the opposite.
Yeah. Friction. Well, just go idle.
Maybe you call one deceleration and one braking.
I mean, yeah, I was thinking, yeah. I wonder if I can find some terms here. Abdicate. Synonyms for decelerate. Yeah. Because it basically speed lose over time. No, I guess the deceleration is really the best term. Coasting, no. Moving without power. Although, I mean, it's not. We call it decelerated. And I just copy the same thing, but backwards, backward, frontward, and backward. And then instead of max speed driving, it's no, you just call it forward max speed and backwards. And backwards max speed driving. Keep consistent. You can put it in the oven, you can fry it, I think you can even eat it cold.
Pizza is those funny foods that you can enjoy warm and cold.
Wait, which one?
Pizza.
I don't think I'm enjoying pizza cold though.
I can. And I have, and I probably will.
That means that I'm not using the private bool. That's a soldier. Private bool. So
they're a very binary character. This private pool.
Yeah. So all is with one. All see everything in black and white constantly. Can never keep speed with everyone, or it's either full speed or you're standing still.
So like RPG NPCs.
Yeah.
It's odd how they always end up being either faster or slower than the player character ever is.
So you can, so if you're falling behind, you can catch up.
Fair enough, but then it's nearly impossible to actually follow them.
Yeah, the proper way of doing it is, of course, if the NPC is close to you, it's as fast as you're moving. And it also checks if you're running, it should also run. If it's falling behind, it has a higher speed, but maybe not higher than it's. If you're running, maybe it shouldn't. Run faster.
Most of those characters, I feel like it should go as fast as you go when running, but then if you fall behind, it could kind of slow a bit.
Idea. The NPC walks
too much, they can stop.
Idea. The NPC has the same speed as you, but if it's the NPC ahead of you, they stop and wait for you. But of course, if you have an open world, what is kind of ahead and behind, that's hard to define. And if it falls behind, it's the NPC starts running to catch up with you. Of course, if you're running, that might not happen then, but that's on you then.
Well, it's kind of the thing with open world games that the player might not want to follow the quest giver.
Yeah.
Because they might have played the quest before. And they might just
you will only have the NPC following you if you have accepted the quest.
Yeah, but they might want to essentially skip the walking portion if they know how, you know. You know.
Yeah.
For example, flying mounts in World of Warcraft, as an example. and then you might want to have a thing that the character teleports to the end position if the player is already there, far before the NPC is there. So
Okay, let's
might
see.
be immersion breaking, but at least the player doesn't need to wait for nothing.
Oh yeah, current
And now I'm
speed.
wondering, should games have immersion break settings?
I mean, yeah.
Does it bother you if NPCs teleport to save your time?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, why not?
I'm not saying it's a bad idea, it's sort of a hilarious one.
You go
and
to settings
sort
to
of-
have immersion as a setting, and then it's just a huge list of things.
Well,
It
there
would be
obviously would need to be like general settings, like it's for graphics, but then there's also the custom. That
Yeah,
you
but
can
yeah,
go
of course you have
and change
controls,
certain
graphics, immersion. Just another option in the options.
No, but I mean like how graphics has like the low.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, of course,
medium,
a setting.
ultra.
This ad setting
There's
is settings not just on and off. You, of course, some of them will have
No,
multiple options.
like, that's the like. You select one of those.
You
and it
mean
would set up all the different settings to a certain point,
So
and then you
mean-
can go and edit them.
Okay, presets.
Yeah, that's the word. Thank you.
Now I understand. Yeah, that would also
Yes.
make sense.
Yes.
That's also something you can have in controls. Presets. You can have a return fire preset. No, it doesn't really work. Fully. But that's kind of like what shooting games have. Like you want Call of Duty preset, Halo preset.
Now I'm just wondering, or like, when you set the return fire.
Yeah.
Now I'm just wondering a very different kind of game that would be about counter artillery.
Take ice. Fun one, that was such a stupid thing to say. You went quiet. You couldn't handle it. I said take ice.
Take ice.
Yeah, it's the opposite of a return fire.
Ah. Ha. Ice reminds me of something else that I don't want to bring into the conversation right now, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
I didn't make the connection.
Yeah, it's fine. It was so stupid. I'm trying to think like vehicle moves. Or should I have actually at 0 as 1? Or maybe I should have. Wait. Because if you curl move forward, then it should brake if you're pressing the brakes. But if you're at 0, it should start reversing. Yeah. I'm trying to think how it would write this. So if you press the opposite direction, it should apply the brake. If you're doing the other one, it should apply the accelerating. Find some way. Yeah, I need to set it to. I need to first check if you're currently standing still, and then it should check. Or would you actually be standing? Or should it? Depends on which style you should check first. What are you more likely to do? Stand still, or I would say driving is most likely. I would say standing still is probably the least common. So if you move forward, that means that braking is going to brake. If you're moving backwards, then accelerating is going to be braking. The accelerating button. The throttle button is going to brake. And if you're standing still, which is the last one, which I could do, add a comment here that says equal to 0. And then neither is going to be braking. This makes sense to me. I'll work on this. I'm starting to get hungry though, and there's been a lot of thinking.
That do be how these go.
But I could. So what we could do is they say that this is enough for now, and then I will go and eat something.
I was actually a couple times considering when to ask you how
Yeah.
long do we want to go.
And then I will go back and I will write on this, but off stream.
Mm-hmm.
And I can report back to you. But I mean, you can just look at the code afterwards and see. What do you think?
Mm-hmm.
I will comment out all the code that's...
No, all my Walker code.
Because I might still want to look at some of that, so I will still there.
Yeah. Is shared to be used.
Find something that depends preferable person, or should always have one available. I better keep the water secret so people don't go look at Pon Pon without clothes on. But what about clothes without Pon Pon in? Also known as invisible Pon. We already got that. We got the mermaid without the Pon Pon.
You can also go and peer into my tile map bullshittery if you want.
Yeah. So, should we go raid someone then?
That would seem fine. You edited the Walker control itself, didn't you?
I've only modified the Walker controls C# code.
Okay.
I have not pushed it though.
Probably delete that. Oh, No, I will remove changes. Yes.
Did you modify the code?
Using any. I removed the FPS sample. Using Unity FPS sample. No.
Oh,
Because I tried to see if it works, but I will remove it. So then only your changes will stay there.
yeah.
Discard changes. There we go.
Oh no, ads will play. I forgot to stop them.
Wait. Heck.
So, who do we go and raid then? And I will try to push it and see how it goes, or if it's going to complain.
Pushing shouldn't really cause problems.
Yeah, if you didn't push the changes to that file anyway, it shouldn't matter. You can just unstage it.
And
But yeah, I can save it as it is now. I can push that, and then we will have a. Then I will go and eat something. But I will still write on the code, so of course so.
Yep. And if you want to see my code, you need to change the branch.
Oh, I see. Working on a different branch now.
Well,
Should I
that
commit
is
to master? Should I also create a separate branch?
that would be preferable.
Yeah. So click it. Do I just click new branch then, and then controls.
That sounds about right, yeah. I then There is also, we can do that each of us has a separate personal branch, and we branch from there to controls and tile maps and whatnot. Although...
How do I change it to controls? So that push towards controls and not master.
I mean, largely a preference question at this point, I suppose. The master will not have practically anything if you don't push there, so, and your code doesn't return errors, so it is fine to push to the master and then just create the branch from there.
I mean,
That was a comment.
I'm trying to figure out how this system works.
It took me some time, so...
Yeah, but actually, I guess I could just push these to master for now. They work.
Yeah.
And then I will work on the controller branch after this.
Yeah. That works.
Okay, should we rename walker controls to something else?
Preferably.
Vehicle controls.
Yeah.
But
you also need to go and change the class name.
Yeah, but it's only those two, right?
Yes. Unless there are references to it, but I do not think there are.
No, we're not referring to it from somewhere.
Well, if you change the class name, it will scream at you if you have.
Okay, well in that case we will know.
Yes.
So we call it vehicle controls and change the namespace. Vehicle controls. Okay, it doesn't say anywhere else. I hope this works. No! What has I not again? Okay, it's been updated and then hopefully it doesn't scream anymore. It never screamed though in the first place.
Yes.
V controls backward accelerators assigned by this value. Yeah, I know. Oh, we get to that.
So the reason why you need to have the script named in the script's file name and the class name be the same is that Unity does not understand what... If they're separate, Unity does not understand them correctly if it has mono behavior and it tries to add it into an asset. Into game object.
It does make sense. I could also think there might be some rare cases. Can't you have like another class here with together with this one?
You need to explain that. I'll open a bit more.
So you have this class here, and then you add another class outside this class.
Though it is, I believe, more commonly used for structs and whatnot.
Not something we might do here in this code then. So anyway,
you could if you have a small class that manages portions of your bigger class, you could even in Unity make it there, but it must not be a mono behavior.
Okay.
I think. Yes, probably. Because then it doesn't work. But if it's not a mono behavior, then it should work just fine. But then it can't be part of the game objects. It just needs to be part of the class you have made.
Okay, I'll push this now.
Okay.
And now if I create a branch.
Niin sanotusti, lyhyt ja ytimekäs.
Wait, it says new branch or niin sanotusti lyhyt ja ytimekäs. What does that mean?
How to translate the meaning?
Uh-oh,
Well,
they
it's so said short and compact, I guess. Because it's in that ballpark.
Yeah, so to speak.
Right.
Short and to the point.
That's a better one, yes.
Why did you write it in Finnish and not English? Pokebox.
Suomi mainittu.
Maybe Tukebox couldn't think of what it was, how to say it in English.
Maybe. That is quite the quote, yeah. Boobies.
Boobies, yeah. Someone wanted that as a quote, so...
Not to be confused with boobies.
Yeah.
Which are bees.
The booing bees.
But I have 2 raid targets in mind.
In Swedish you can say kortfattat och rakt på sak. Anyway, raid targets. Yes.
We have a pumpkin and a Finnish-speaking dog.
Oh. I'm not sure if I know either of them.
Probably not.
I do know a pumpkin, but whoever's not streaming at the moment.
Okay. So we have Punkka VT.
Bee-boo.
Cookies.
Oh, I couldn't even... I'm not sure how to spell it.
I'll send it to you in DMs.
There's
the
DMs. Pumka BT. Okay, I just wasn't sure what you said there. That makes sense.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah.
Punkka VT is pumpkin.
Haven't been there before. Oogies.
They usually speak Finnish, so they might be a bit odd raid target.
Yeah.
But they do speak English too.
Yeah, we might choose raid primary. I don't mind raiding people speaking other languages too, as long as they can understand English and is okay with speaking English too. I just wanted to see. Okay. I don't know, maybe we go to Pumka.
Okay.
Boobies, swiping boobs. I don't... Depends. No, I don't see any boob swiping emotes here, sure. No swiping boobs. Don't be inappropriate. Okay, I'll do /raid username enter. Didn't do that before. I did that now.
What will be our raid message?
I don't know. I have rabbit stampede.
Oh yeah.
Good old rabbit stampede. 18 plus stream though, so let's list that.
That's my rate message.
Cyborg stuff. Oh yeah, that works too. Stampeding cyborgs.
No, this was pleasant and
Yeah.
very productive.
Yeah, I feel
Thank you
like.
and
Thank you. And hope you have a good day.
thank you and
Oh,
same.
2 bucks, you need to pay for that one. Rabbit infiltration. Oh, you usually do that. Too late. Okay, I'll change it to infiltration. Rabbit infiltration, last minute change, last second change. Rabbit infiltration.
Okay, cyborg stampede and rapid infiltration.
Okay, actually, that's good. Cyborg stampede or rabbit infiltration. Use whichever you want.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's a fun idea. Okay, we're going now. 7,
Have a
6,
good weekend, everyone.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Good timing. Oh, that was exactly the same time.